Okay, welcome. Our council meeting, Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. I'd like to acknowledge that we're holding this in the traditional lands of the Proclamation. Start with the adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Seconded by you. All in favor?
I'll move that council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under section 90.1, C, labor relations or other employee relations, J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their primary stages and that in the view of the council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public, and section 90.2, B, the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or the federal government or both and a third party.
Seconder. Thank you. All in favor? Excuse me. We'll now go to our closed meeting. We have an adoption of the agenda.
I'll move the adoption of the July 30th closed special council meeting agenda.
Thank you. All in favor? That's
Aye.
unanimous. Adoption of the minutes. Point 1, minutes of the closed council meeting, July 11th.
1 second, Mayor.
You guys didn't officially enclose now?
Yep.
Yes.
1 second.
So we should verify that. Eh? You usually do, yes.
Okay, welcome back. Good evening. We're going to reconvene our open meeting. And just a couple of short announcements. We started our meeting at 4 o'clock. And so we probably will have a break in about an hour and a half. That'll help us stay awake. And also, I had a spinal injection yesterday, so if I get up and leave while somebody's talking, don't take that as an insult. Councillor Elliott will take over as the chair. So can we go to the adoption of the minutes? Councillor Almeida.
Go ahead and adopt, but we don't have, today's a special council meeting, so we don't have announcements that we normally do, but I have to take 30 seconds to quickly announce, since we have no meeting in August, that our big community event of the year is coming up in just a few weeks with Blackberry Fest, August 16th. So hopefully everyone's marked their calendar, and I've heard through my sources that we have a record number of vendors and performers at this year's festival, so it should be great. So clear your calendars. Friday, August 16th from 6 to 11 should be a great evening. And I will go ahead and adopt or move that we adopt the minutes from the regular council meeting held on July 11th and the special council meeting held on July 11th.
Seconded by Councillor Isaacson. All in favor? Passed unanimously. We'll now move to delegations. We have Mr. Agius and Mr. Morris. Mr. Agius.
Mayor, Council, thanks for hearing me tonight. My name is Jim Agius. I'm a local developer and the agent business partner of Inclusion Paul River on their property at 6831 Artaban Road. And I'm here to speak about Zoning Amendment 124. Zoning Amendment 124 was presented to you at last council meeting. And we weren't given the opportunity to review the report before it came to council. Well, I had it less than 24 hours in advance, so I really didn't have much of a chance to review. So even though it's not at first reading tonight, I'd like the opportunity just to tell you a couple of things that we object about the recommendations. I will leave with you a letter to Mayor and Council with a couple of objections that we have. Number one is item 2B. It's a minimum density of 2 dwelling units per lot be achieved over the development. So this development is about 3 acres. It's 54 building lots. They range in size from 30 feet in width to 37 feet in width. They're very small building lots. So we've achieved a UPA, which is a units per acre of about 9. And if just single family homes were built in this subdivision, we would achieve that 9 units per acre. With the CD4 zoning and with the current provincial legislation, we can build homes with suites, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. And it's more than likely that we will build homes with suites, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. But this recommendation is forcing us to build a minimum of duplexes. We can't do that. It doesn't work for us. It's not fair from a perspective of a developer to have to build duplexes in an area that is off of the main drag. It's off of Manson. I think you know where it is. It's behind the old Cranberry School, off of Denny Lane. And we did apply for the CD4 zoning, and that's what we need. We would just like to stick with the CD4 zoning, which would allow us to build single families, homes with suites, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. One of the reasons we don't want to build duplexes or minimum of duplexes is that we don't want to create we want to create a socioeconomic diverse community. This is Inclusion Paul River we're speaking about, and we don't want to build a community that attracts the lowest income homes in the area. If a family of 5 wants a single-family home on a small, affordable building lot, they should be able to have that. Family 5 isn't going to live in half of a duplex because the lots aren't big enough to have 3 bedrooms in a duplex each. So we want that opportunity to build those single-family homes for the larger families that can afford the homes on the larger properties in town. Also, in our experience building in town, such as at Edgehill Crescent, especially the younger generation, the majority of stock in Paul River is 40, 50, 60 years old. Younger generation doesn't want it. They don't want to have to be ripping out shag carpet, old cabinets, green toilets. They want brand new homes. And we can build them small, affordable, brand new homes. That's evident at Edgehill Crescent. So we want to be able to carry on here with inclusion. The second one is item 2D, a requirement that the applicant be required to work with staff to finalize a voluntary community amenity contribution in the form of affordable housing rental units secured within the residential development under the terms of a housing agreement. So what that means is staff wants us to build affordable housing units and rent them out under an agreement. Well, this application is for a rezoning of the property. It's not a development permit. Number one is we find it illogical. We cannot and not will accept a requirement that is loosely presented and so uncertain, not knowing what the final outcome would be. Because that's what it actually says. It actually says that they want the applicant to be required to work with staff to finalize a voluntary community amenity contribution in the form of affordable housing rental units. There's no substance to that. That could mean, at the end of the day, wanting us to build 50% of the units as affordable housing. The outcome would be unknown. So we can't go that route. What we would like to do is go with the status quo. And the status quo, as you all know, is $500 per building lot that we contribute to the Affordable Housing Fund. And that's what we're prepared to offer. The third item I'd like to talk about isn't on the report, but what we're going to ask for is that development permits for this property be removed or incorporated with the building permits. And I'm just going to give you a quick example. At Edgehill Crescent, if I want to build a home, I take my drawings, which are my building permit drawings, I take out the structural aspect of it, I submit a development permit application, I pay money for that, with a landscape drawing. I get that back. And then once I have my development permit, I submit the application for a building permit. Now this takes time. I'm presently at almost 4 months for 2 homes that I applied for a development permit and a building permit. So I'm almost at 4 months to build 2 small 1,000 square foot ranchers. I applied for last April, and I still do not have a building permit. And all I'm asking here for is not the process of deleting the development permit, but to incorporate it with the building permit. Because a building permit takes about 2.5, 3 months. That's where I'm at right now. And there's no reason why a development permit can't circulate through the planning department at the same time that a building permit does. There's still a landscape plan, there's still a landscape deposit. Those can be submitted with the building permit. And if it can all happen faster, it'd be much better for the building industry and for the town to get homes out of the ground. So I'll leave these here with you, or I'll give them to staff, but these just to circulate to you, the letter to Mayor and Council of the 3 points that I've actually brought up. And if there's any questions?
Do you have any questions? Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Jim Agius. I have a question about the density. You're saying the 2 units per lot is not achievable. Is there an average density that would work for you that is more than 1?
The CD4 zoning, it's all market driven. We can't, I mean, if anybody was to start building right now in Paul River, the market is really slow. I don't know, it's province-wide, the market is really slow. And I'm going to be starting a couple homes in Edgehill Crescent once I get a building permit here after 4 months. They're 1,000 square foot ranchers. We think that the market will be open to buying these units, but it's all market driven. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I can't predict the future. That's why we need the flexibility of not being required to build a minimum of 2 units per lot.
To follow up. So you said your intention was to have some singles, maybe some fourplexes, maybe some duplexes, that it would be a mixed community with a variety of different types of housing, not all. But the CD4, I guess, allows for all of those things, but only requires a single family. And that's what you're asking for. My question was, is there something bigger than 1 per lot on an average that represents that mixed community that you think where you'll land in? And you're saying you don't know, right?
I'm saying I can't predict the future. I don't know. If we start building single family homes and they start selling like crazy because they're affordable, then we'd probably stick with that. Our intention is probably to build single family homes with suites, because the day of the duplex is long gone. If you look at new developments throughout British Columbia, duplexes aren't being built anymore. They're complicated dual ownership of a single building on a building lot. What's really popular are homes with suites, and that's what CD4 allows us to do.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Isaacson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You mentioned, carrying on with inclusion. One of the questions that I had at the council meeting was some clarity about inclusion's involvement in it, because charities can't be involved in commercial activities unless they're directly related to their purposes. And so if there isn't affordable rental units as a part of this complex, is it not inclusion that is doing this project, or is the intention for you to purchase the land from them after rezoning? I don't understand how this is a charitable project.
That's a great question. But I'm going to let David Morris answer that question. He's the president of Inclusion, and he's speaking up again, right after me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you like to come forward, Mr. Morris, and answer that question?
Hi, I'm Dave Morris. I'm the president of the board of directors of Inclusion. Specifically to your question is that Inclusion owns other companies. This development is going to be done through its for-profit entity, which is so the land has been transferred into the company called Powell River Innovation and Social Enterprises Ltd. Through that company, we do all our for-profit business endeavors, and then the funds are repatriated back to the society to allow it to have more funds to deliver services.
Okay.
So under the Charity Act, society can invest in for-profit companies. So that's how we handle a lot of our endeavors. That includes the investment in Coastal Breeze, which we built with Golden Life Management. While it's a goal the society has is to create housing for low-income housing or for low-income people, housing for seniors that has supports. It's part of our purpose, and it's actually in our constitution and bylaws as one of our pillars of why we exist, is to create housing. Housing for people with barriers, housing for people with low income, i.e. the development called Tipton Place on Ontario. That was one of our goals. But we do it through separate societies and limited companies.
So charities are able to carry out commercial activities, absolutely, but you mentioned them being in line with charitable purposes, and so this sounds like market housing, though.
That's
so
correct.
Housing in general aligns with your charitable purposes?
Well, that's the thing, is that's why it's being run through our limited company. It's not being run through the charity. We've got legal opinions about this thick to show how we can invest in, it's called social enterprise.
I'm well familiar, thank you.
Yeah, and that's the thing that was created. It's an actual designation, a type of company. And that's how, with funding cuts from government for our social programs that we do, we have to start looking at other ways to create revenues. And this is one of them. But it also comes back to is that I'm sort of getting ahead in what I was going to talk to you about is why we're doing this. Our clients don't always want rentals. They have some monies from elderly parents that they want to invest in their own small home. They like to think that they can live independently with support and own their house. But they don't have a $100,000 a year income to afford a $300,000 mortgage to buy a house. In addition, our own staff are having difficulties being able to purchase affordable housing, to the point that Jim made. Some of the houses that are in the 500 and under range are not what you'd call something they really want to live in. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. So this is why we looked at creating a smaller lot subdivision that could build single family residences that's within their affordability level, if you will. And lastly, affordable housing has been impacting our agency and a number of agencies in town quite significantly because we're not able to hire people. We're short of professional staff. Your occupational therapists, physiotherapists, nurses, all those kind of people. We've been trying to attract, we have openings, and a lot of the agencies have openings. And we've been trying to attract people to this town. First of all, we have to overcome the resistance to taking two ferries. You know, you got to admit, it's a barrier. And then they get here, the wages are good. $100,000 a year is still not a bad wage for this town, but they can't afford to buy a house, a nice house. So this is what we're targeting is to try and bring to the market something that our staff or employees, some of our clients can afford. And it's very important to us. And going back, like this year, Inclusion celebrated its 70th anniversary. We've been around a long time under various names. And as I said, one of our key pillars of what we're all about in creating inclusivity in this town is creating housing that our clients and their families can afford. And this is what this is all about. But again, to Jim's point, most of these people want small little single family ranchers or a place with a suite to help offset some of the mortgage payments. So this is why Inclusion is doing this. We built the rental accommodation on Ontario. We built Coastal Breeze. We got 14 homes that we house people in to give care to. We have our youth facilities. This is just our next step in trying to make the community more inclusive for the people that we come in contact with.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Agius or Mr. Morris? Mr. Councillor Palm.
Thank you. First of all, just before Mr. Morris leaves, I don't have a question for him, but I want to thank him for all of the fine work that he's done through Inclusion for a number of years now and providing much needed housing in our community. We always are at this table talking about how we're going to get more and more people to volunteer, such as you, to build more housing. So I want to thank you and everything that you do for our community. And for those that don't know out there, there's three major employers in this community now: the city, Inclusion, and the hospital district.
Yeah, school board.
So I'm not sure where they stack up 1, 2, 3, but we need you. So thank you for all you do.
We're just under 300 employees now. We're what they call the largest non-government employer in town. We have an $18 million annual budget. I would suggest 99.9% of that money all goes back into Powell River. 80% of that is actually wages. So yeah, we've got 800 some plus clients that we serve. So thank you, Jim.
Thank you. And my question is to Mr. Agius. Mr. Agius, could you come forward, please? So Mr. Agius is a community-minded individual, as we all know, that has been helping inclusion build many structures throughout our community for a whole number of years now and employ people with disabilities in that regard and all the rest. So Mr. Agius, my question is simple. I really appreciate you coming forward and enlightening us as to what is needed in our community in terms of housing, how we can get these houses built, how we can get them sold, and how we can attract people to invest. So my question to you is, sir, have you run into the same type of difficulties you're having in this project in other communities? Because I know you build broadly.
Yeah, we're presently building in Colwood and in Victoria. And to be honest with you, the process down in those communities is probably a little bit longer than in Powell River. The two asks for this report are not in the bylaws. They're actually changing, like creating a new zone. And that doesn't happen, especially on the affordable housing, because City of Powell River doesn't have an affordable housing bylaw. This is voluntary. It's been voluntary for years. And I'm surprised it still doesn't have a bylaw, because if there was a bylaw in place, then we would be forced to create, 5% affordable housing, but there is no bylaw in place. Also, the current BC legislation with affordable housing and the whole, the media on and the requirement for housing and affordable housing, that's the Lower Mainland, that's Vancouver Island. Yeah, fair enough, we need a little bit of it here. But as you can see from the last report that you got on housing in Powell River, our market rental is saturated. Once those 141 units come on the market, we're over the suggested requirement for building rental units in this town. We're going to be saturated. And the same company is planning on building another 40. Hope they go ahead with that 40 over on Franklin Street. But no, in general, Mr. Palm, I think dealing with the City of Powell River has been great.
Excellent.
Councillor,
For that perspective.
Councillor Ellie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually have a question regarding what I heard you say about homes for 500 or less. And I'm wondering if it's actually possible to make a single family dwelling for the 500 or less. And I know the suites do help with mortgage affordability because they add on to the person's existing income to allow them to qualify for a slightly higher value home than they would otherwise. So is the intention to build single family dwellings for under 500,000?
Absolutely. In today's dollars, yeah. And for example, I'll tell you right now at Edgehill Crescent, we have the same size lots. We have these 37-foot lots. We have 4 homes under construction that are the last of 12. They're on the market for $599, but they're 2,400 square feet. They're a full unfinished basement with 1,600 square feet of 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and they're on the market for $599. And they're selling quite well, and they're selling to a younger generation because they see the value and they also don't want an older home. So yeah, I firmly believe that we can easily get homes on the market for under $500,000.
Oh, thank you. The question I had is about your limited company. Is it through any...
Is that for Mr. Morris?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much. It is. My question is there something that requires you to spend your profits in your nonprofit sector? Or like our community forest is a similar thing. It makes profits and then we have regulated where those profits go back into the community. Is that how yours is set up?
Well, the thing is that our limited company is a wholly owned subsidiary of Inclusion Powell River Society. And the intent is, when it was formed, its purpose is to create revenue for the not-for-profit. Now, the Constitution and bylaws, it's under the Societies, or not the Societies Act, but the Corporations Act. But our bylaws, inclusion's bylaws, state that it can only invest in other companies for investment purposes. So it means the idea is that the monies will come back into inclusion to help with its operations. And And we certainly need it because costs keep going up and the government contracts stay flat. So,
Okay, thank you.
so how it works, just so you're aware, is there's two ways that the money gets repatriated back to inclusion. Limited company can donate up to this type of company 75% of its profits by way of donation, or it can do it by way of dividends on the shares that the nonprofit owns in the limited company. Sort of the traditional form of investment. Yeah.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Councilor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question, I guess, since the Director of Planning is here. Mr. Agius referred to concerns about the minimum density of 2 dwellings per unit and referred to it as duplexes, but then also stated that they were looking at building homes with suites. And I just wanted to clarify, from my understanding, a home with a suite would also be considered 2 dwelling units, not just a duplex?
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida, that's correct. Yes, secondary suite counts as a dwelling unit, and so the recommendation was 2 dwelling units. That could be a primary dwelling unit, and a secondary suite would satisfy that requirement.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to correspondence. 6.1 is the proclamation for National Assistance Dog Week, and is Ron here to talk to that motion?
On the dog.
Yeah. Ron,
I think he's trained not to talk.
just maybe if you could come up to the, so that everybody can see while I'm reading. All right. International Assistance Dog Week. So this is whereas assistant dogs provide invaluable services to people with physical, mental, and/or emotional disabilities. And whereas International Assistance Dog Week provides an opportunity to raise awareness of the countless ways in which all assistant dogs transform the lives of their human partners by mitigating disability-related limitations. And whereas the City of Powell River joins participating organizations and concerned citizens in reaffirming our commitment to respect, celebrate, and recognize the contributions of assistance dogs and their partners in our communities, this International Assistance Dog Week and throughout the year. Whereas assistance dogs include mobility service dogs, hearing dogs, PTSD service dogs, and accredited facility dogs. And whereas mobility service dogs enable increased personal mobility and freedom for their client to lead full and independent lives, assisting people with disabilities in walking, balancing, dressing, transferring from place to place, retrieving and carrying items, opening doors and drawers, pushing buttons, pulling wheelchairs, and completing household chores such as laundry. And whereas hearing dogs notify people with hearing loss of specific sounds such as doorbells, clock timers, telephones, buzzing timers or sensors, crying babies, sirens, voices, knocks at the door. They can also warn their clients about smoke, fire, and emergency alarms. Whereas PTSD service dogs identify and/or respond to medical conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder, balance issues, chronic pain, or to oncoming medical events such as changes in heart rate, panic, or anxiety episodes. Whereas accredited facility dogs support healthy communities in partnership with community care professionals in therapeutic settings such as supporting children, victims of crime, or vulnerable populations. Whereas assistant dogs are working professionals whose training is held to high internationally recognized standards. And whereas 148 PADS, PADS, assistant dogs, are supporting the people of British Columbia, and 2 PADS assistance dogs live and work in the city of Powell River. And whereas the city of Powell River joins participating organizations and concerned citizens in reaffirming our commitment to respect, celebrate, and recognize assistant dogs and their partners in our communities this International Assistance Dog Week and throughout the year. Whereas other Commonwealth jurisdictions have recognized International Assistance Dog Week, and whereas all British Columbians and citizens of the city of Powell River should be aware of the important functions of assistance dogs perform in the lives of their fellow citizens. Therefore, I, Mayor Ron Wasno, proclaim August 4th to the 10th, 2024 as International Assistant Dog Week. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, Mr. Galinsky got a picture. All right. We will now move to reports for information. 7.1. Well, just wait a second until
Yeah, they're working. They're working.
I think that you need to turn around to face me.
Could be.
sorry for the interruption. Would you please continue with the RCMP update?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That was bad timing. How do you follow that? I do want to acknowledge the city's gracious contribution to the police-based victim service program, which actually hosts Serrano, aka Ron. So thank you. I'll make this quick. It's just a bunch of stats, really. This is your second quarter report. So before we had the portfolio system, I got to bore the heck out of a councillor and the mayor, and so tonight I get to do it to all of you. So the second quarter, we responded to 1,754 calls for service, represents an 8% increase over the same quarter last year. Year to date, we've responded to 3,255 calls, which is a 6% increase. Actually, if you double that, the forecast was going to end up in the end of the year. It's really close to what we responded to last year, an increase about 1%. So it's not being too bad. We continue to respond to a lot of well-being checks within the city. As you can see, we're up 17% for this quarter and 26% year to date. Mental Health Act calls are actually going down, which is good to see. Unspecified assistance, when people don't know who to call, they call us. That's kind of where we score those specific calls. Those are also down, as is our missing persons complaint. So those are all the non-criminal calls that we respond to. As for the criminal side of things, persons crimes saw a 1% increase this quarter over the same quarter last year. And overall year to date, there's no change. So that's it. It's a good stat. It kept going up last year, and the first quarter was up a bit as well. But you can see the simple assaults are up 41%. So certainly a concern that we'll be monitoring. Other crimes in that category, extortion is down 50%. Extortion is, I think I've explained it before, it's normally virtually or online where they convince somebody to send some pictures. Next thing you know, you're getting extorted for thousands of dollars for them not to release those pictures. Sex offenses are on the increase. They're up 43%. For this quarter, down 12% year to date. So as I explained when I first started introducing the quarterly reports, that's kind of what we deal with. It's very cyclical and it's going to go like this throughout the year. Hopefully at the end of the year, it levels out to something that's hopefully a small decrease. Harassment also saw a 60% decrease, and uttering threats up just slightly at 3%. Property crime. This is the one that touches probably most of the citizens in Powell River. Property crime overall is up 9% this quarter over the same quarter last year. Year to date, it's up 3%. It's led by bike thefts, which is up 500%. Sounds bad. We had 6 reports last quarter compared to 1 the quarter previous year. So still the numbers are relatively low. It's up 150% year to date with 12 bikes reported stolen. Residential B&Es, probably one of the biggest crimes to feel violated, is down 83%. However, on that side, business B&Es are up 56%. And B&E other, which is sheds, compounds, and the likes, is down 83% as well. So businesses got hit hard this last quarter. Theft under 5,000 complaints are down 33%. That's great because that's the one that you see on social media all the time and really riles up the public. Extremely unhappy, and also leads to calls for vigilantism. So I'm glad to see that that's down. Again, businesses, stores are getting hit hard. Shoplifting's up 57% for this quarter, but down 2% year to date. Theft from vehicles are also on the increase, 63%. No change for the theft of vehicles. Frauds are up 10% this quarter, and mischief, vandalism is up 19%. And that's all the tagging that's going on currently. Drug offenses, there's no change, and year to date it's down 10%. Trafficking down 75%, both for the quarter and year to date. And weapons offenses are down 9%. So as I explained before, drug trafficking is really a proactive on our part. So the harder we work on that, the higher that stat will go. We're still experiencing some resource shortages. We don't have a drug section or plainclothes section. So I expect those numbers to rise as soon as we can get those positions filled. Just some investigations of note this last quarter. Breaking into Canadian Tire with surveillance footage that gave us a clothing description. We were managed to apprehend a person. Then we had our forensic identification section and go over their footwear, make a positive comparison to footwear left at the scene. So we have 2 local people charged in that offense. Last quarter, you also probably remember the influx of our emergency response team that came with their armored vehicle and a whole lot of personnel. This is for a firearms offense when our members determine that it is unsafe for us to go in with our generalized training. We will call the emergency response team to come in. They came in, are able to convince the person to exit the house, and it was uneventful arrest. Thank God. And finally, other threats complaint. When we tried to attempt a young male, he fled in the vehicle, striking the police car. We were able to get Air 8 into the air, who tracked the vehicle through the logging roads down south and enabled us to, instead of risk public safety with a high-speed chase, corner him on a logging road where he was taken into custody without incident. Community programs, again, we continued with the Don't Hug Doug program. I think that finished off all the schools who requested it. Fraud awareness series continued to present to the seniors. And our community policing officer provided business safety talks to a few Marine Avenue businesses that were having issues, certainly centered around the Clock Tower Park. And we continue to get the situation table off the ground. We were successful in the grant. We have now meeting with partner agencies, trying to get through some training so we can get it up and running, hopefully by late fall. As for RCMP updates, body worn cameras, last time I reported, said it's maybe the fall of 2024. Now it's probably the winter or spring of 2025. Still sounds like the price is $3,000 per unit, which will be rolled out to every officer in our detachment. I do understand there may be some discussions with the federal government who originally put money aside for this program, but by the time they rolled it out, the money wasn't there anymore. We're hoping that they will come to the table and hopefully subsidize some of that initial rollout. Again, the Taser 7 upgraded conducted energy weapon, we have it on site. We're just waiting for the province to come up with the training curriculum that they want rolled out. And also during this quarter, the National Police Federation we signed a new collective agreement for 2 years. It's 4% per year, retroactive to 2023. So as I talk about this, we'll hit 2025 and negotiations will start again. So with this wage increase, it puts us 15th in the police universe. Currently, Delta PD is #1 at $122,000 for a senior constable. During those, it went to binding arbitration. And one thing the arbitrator did conclude was that Treasury Board tries to compare us to the rest of the public service, and arbitrator did not agree with that. Certainly put us back into our comparisons is with the police universe. So expect us to be keeping up with the big city forces when we settle our next contract. With all that said, and gracious for the city for providing more members, so the RCMP threw in a free car for you. So because of our increase, we need another vehicle. That is just part of the policing contract. That's why I put it there. A car is around $55,000, and then there's about $10,000 worth of equipment that goes into it. So that is free of charge through the policing contract. That it's not really free, you're paying the contract, but it includes things like this where you don't have to shell out money when we need an extra vehicle. And that is it, if you have any questions.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor. In your statistical report, there's a lot of numbers, a lot of percentage increases, but sometimes the numbers are smaller. And so I'm wondering if you're able to provide something more qualitative. Like, is there a story of any trends that you seeing that can speak to things beyond numbers? Any narrative that you could share in terms of trends or what's hot right now?
Yeah, so shoplifting is huge, and that's what our prolific offenders focus on right now. So they get let out of jail, they wreak havoc on the businesses, and it takes us a couple of weeks, maybe a little bit more, to get them through the court process, get them released a couple times, and get them back before the judges before they finally send them away again. So currently, a number of them are in prison, so I expect the shoplifting stats to go down. Bike theft was not really a huge problem in Powell River, but that's on the increase. Of course, bikes now are in excess of $10,000, so it's quite lucrative and can pay off a lot of drug debts when you steal a bike and use it as collateral. Other than that, I'm just happy to see overall the property crime lowering. I know that's a big concern for the city, and I hope that puts some of the citizens' concerns at ease. There's still lots of work to be done, but we're going in the right direction.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know that our crime severity index is not good these days. With all of these numbers, is that staying the same, getting worse, getting better?
When I just looked at those numbers today, last year, 2022, our overall crime severity index was 100. This year, we're at 130.
Mm.
So it's interesting because the higher weighted persons crimes, CSI, actually went down, which just really tells me that we have a property crime issue that is spiking our CSI, which is exceptionally hard on small communities when they try and do it per capita. So don't put a lot of weight in those numbers, but it's a number that Stats Canada likes to put out, so we have to speak to it. I think Kamloops was a high this year, 172. Lethbridge, which was 1 or 2 last year, is at 152. So certainly not a very complimentary number, but they're what they are.
Councillor Pong.
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you. Through the chair, just 2 questions, brief. The number of businesses in our community that are employing security now, has that been a positive move in the right direction to take less calls coming your direction?
I don't think it actually lowers our call volume, but it certainly helps the level of shoplifting that's going on in town. And I think businesses realize that instead of writing off a loss, it's pay somebody the same price and hopefully your losses go down. And I think it's an important step. I think it's a step that most businesses all over the country are employing right now. And I think it's great.
Thank you for that. And the second question is, because I don't know, you refer to Air 8 as tracking that one individual. Is that a plane? Or
Yeah, sorry, that's our helicopter out of Comox.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
We'll now move to the Rising Report for 7104 Barnet. Mr. Gao, are you rising? Reporting? The corporate officer, is it just?
Your Worship, typically a member of council would report on the Rising Report.
Councillor Armida.
I can try to wing this one, but just for the community benefit, we wanted to update everyone. Last year, we put a request out for those that might be interested in working on a mixed tenant, mixed income rental housing on Barnet Street, right next to the RCMP detachment. Unfortunately, we were not able to, or the parties that were chosen at the time were not able to put together proposals in time to meet the BC Housing timelines that were there in the fall. And so nothing has moved forward at this time, but council is still very much interested in developing that property. The Community Housing Fund, which is the one that we were looking to tap into, isn't open for applications yet, but we're fingers crossed that it's happening soon. And so more updates to come down the road.
Thank you. And for those that are online, the report is available on our council agenda. So we'll now move to 7.3.
Worship, just before we move there, I just received an email from someone out there and is trying to view the meeting, and the caption reads, "There is no video, just sound, can't watch the meeting." Just want to make everyone aware of that. Okay. Or for whatever reason, that was 25 minutes.
Okay. Sorry. We'll move to 7.3. Mr. Gao, downtown plan update. Or
Just a point of privilege, Mayor. I think the screen online, we're sharing that screen right now, and they're not seeing the council chambers. Maybe that's what the issue is.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. The purpose of this report is to provide you with an update about the downtown plan. So our consultants are diligently working away on a draft downtown plan. The purpose of the downtown plan is to recommend actions that the city can take to strengthen our already successful downtown. So that could be investing in city properties, creating standards for how our streets look downtown, and development permit guidelines that we have, but improving the ones that we have to continue to support attractive businesses in our downtown area. So staff and our consultants will be at Blackberry Fest, and we hope that folks will pop by and check out our display boards. I don't have them here today to show you, so I hope that you all come by and see them as well. And our consultants will summarize the feedback that we get at Blackberry Fest, provide a report, and they will also prepare a draft plan for council's consideration. So you'll be seeing me again in the fall to present that downtown plan, and I'll happily answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Move to committee recommendations. We have 8.1, which is inclusion of accessibility in 2025 budget.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not much to report on here other than this motion came forward from the Joint Accessibility and Inclusion Advisory Committee, and they had a recommendation to direct to council. So that's the first recommendation listed there. Just with some tweaking with the CFO, I think the staff recommendation perhaps captures a little bit more what they're after and makes more sense for process. So the recommendations are there. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor. So the recommendation from staff specifically pulls out special or capital projects, and so giving maybe staff a bit of direction. I think the original intent of the accessibility committee is so that every department would consider accessibility and consider ways to improve accessibility in their department. And so for every department to come up with or propose capital or special projects, I'm not sure if that aligns with the original intent of the committee. And so I'm wondering if there's something in coming up with this recommendation. Is the intention for every department to propose something? I'm also wondering, there may be things that are not special or capital projects, things that are more on an ongoing basis. And so could you maybe speak a little bit more to why this staff recommendation you feel like is in line with the committee recommendation, and does it hit the mark of trying to encourage every department to consider accessibility? Don't know who to direct that question to.
Through the chair, I might refer to the CFO because she can explain this a lot better than I can. If you're okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, the idea of maybe it's the specificity of using a line item. Generally in a trial balance or within our general ledger, our line items are things the auditors would expect, such as legal expenses, wages. So to create an expense for accessibility might create some confusion with the GL structure, but certainly working towards each department having a lens of accessibility when it comes to their budget. What we use is generally something called a progen, and it tracks any costs related to a specific item. So if we were doing something for emergency services that we'd get reimbursed, we could apply a progen to it and track it. So perhaps like an accessibility progen. When you do a line item in each budget, sometimes some departments might need more than others, and it's hard to estimate within the budget process who should have how much. And then one department might need more and the other one might need less, and now there's difficulties there. So sometimes centralizing budgets in HR for these types of things makes more sense. It just allows more flexibility. However, it doesn't tick that box of each department seeing, you know, that accessibility in their budget. So I appreciate where you're coming from there, and I hear you on that. I was just trying to marry the desire of having that lens with kind of the realities of the GL and meeting auditor compliance. So I'm sure and positive we can come up with something that ticks all those boxes. I just wanted it to be something that comfortably fit within the framework so that it'd be more likely to be successful.
Thank you.
Councillor Southcott, did I see a hand from you?
No, sorry, Your Worship. I was just trying to adjust this screen. Thanks very much.
Okay. Councillor.
Thank you. So there's a work kind of strategy plan, goals, objectives for each department, and having a lens for particular things like accessibility or greenhouse gas lowering, or through strategies around how you pick which vehicle you want to buy, or how you put your sidewalks in, or whatever it is that's applicable to that department's business. That's a completely different than a line item in the budget, and applying a lens for a goal is not the same as a line item in the budget. Do you think there's something completely different that might better represent applying a lens to each department other than the budget?
Through the chair, I do think the budget is a where the rubber hits the road, and I think that's a good spot for accountability. Perhaps instead of specifying special projects and capital, maybe it's just that each department come forward with a project, an idea that would likely have a cost to improve accessibility in their department. You know, the reason that the line item might not work is, what if someone says, hey, I've got a new position I could create? Well, that would go under the labor budget. I couldn't call that accessibility. It's a labor expense. So it is tough, but I think in the budget process, should council wish for each department to come forward with some ideas, you'll get a good idea of which would be operating or capital or a special project, and kind of where the starting point is. I'm going to pass the mic over to Ms. Papalsing.
Council, I'd like to add, by having specific things in the budget, you have the opportunity to show your priorities about what staff are putting down, whereas just giving a blanket amount doesn't necessarily help us achieve your accessibility priorities. So that's one way of thinking of it. Thank you.
Councillor Dote.
Just looking at all this and thinking about it, there's a lot of things been said. You see, we're in the unusual situation of having two recommendations in the package. One is just a recommendation and the other one is a staff recommendation. So did I miss a motion being made?
No,
we have no motion on the floor, but
Okay,
you
so,
can make one.
That's just what I wanted to clarify. So I'm going to move the first recommendation that the City of Powell River incorporate accessibility into the 2025 budget as its own line item for every department. And if there's a seconder, I'll talk about that.
Seconded by Councillor Palm.
I think this is really simple and straightforward. It invites every department of the city to include a line item in their budget discussions for accessibility. It doesn't send anything. That'll happen throughout the budget process. When each department comes along and says, here's the budget request for 2025, council will look at that and say, we can afford that or we can't. What we can afford or what we can't afford. And we'll work that all out. I think this is really clear, gives every department an opportunity, which I think they should always take, of looking at their operations, looking at the rec center, looking at the parks, looking at public works and saying, how can we make all of this more accessible? And this motion is pretty straightforward. But again, it doesn't guarantee that any money is going to be spent. And it doesn't say you have to spend $80,000 on accessibility. It allows us to do that in our budget process. So that's why I like that particular recommendation.
We have motions on the floor. Councillor Isaac, did you have a?
No, I'd like to speak to the motion. I think my concern with this motion is what we've heard from our CFO, and that it doesn't necessarily align with the accounting or auditing expectations. And so I will likely not support this motion, but I would propose another motion that speaks to, that is similar to the staff recommendation, but it touches on every department being included, and also that it's not only about capital or special projects, but it could be about projects and activities, and it'd be a bit more broad. So just concerned with the concerns raised from financial staff, but I appreciate the intention of this motion, and I would prefer to vote this down and move a second one similar to the staff recommendation, but that does include every department and broadens the types of projects.
Okay. Any further discussion before we vote on the motion? All in favor of the motion? I believe I saw 4 hands up. Those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much. We'll move to reports for decision. 9.1, development of housing on city-owned properties.
Good evening again. So the purpose of this report is to wrap up and summarize a number of motions that have happened recently about city-owned property and as it relates to the development of housing on them. So I want to recognize that this report was long. It has a lot of appendices. So thank you for your patience with that. And I'll use this presentation to keep it a high-level summary. We had a number of motions about city-owned properties on 8 different properties and housing development, and those motions are listed in Appendix A. And Appendix G, which is the final one, shows the city properties related to the motions and the kinds of studies that the city has already completed on those properties. So based on that, and in light of the Ryzen report that happened at the meeting today, staff recommend that staff be directed to issue another expression of interest on the Barnet Street property. The first reason for that is that the Barnet Street property 7104 Barnet has the most number of pre-development studies already completed. It's not the full slate of pre-development studies. There's others like a geotechnical that still need to be completed, but a lot of work has been done in that property. The second reason is that the BC Community Housing Fund, we know there's going to be 2 more rounds of applications for that fund, and staff have heard that the next opening will be in early 2025. So if we work backwards from early 2025, and staff are given direction to solicit expressions of interest from our nonprofit partners in the community, they would have to write to us. Council would evaluate those applications, and then we would come to an agreement so that the selected applicant or applicants is ready to apply to the Community Housing Fund in early 2025. It's a very extensive application process. We understand it takes months to get the documentation together to apply. But something that's great about the Community Housing Fund is that it's a broad program that really does support a variety of incomes living in a building together. And that makes it unique amongst all the other programs that are summarized in this report. So that's where staff's recommendation is coming from. I think the last thing I'll add about this report, and then I'll definitely happily answer any questions that you might have. Never mind, I forgot my train of thought, but yeah, so staff's recommendation is that we be directed to issue another expression of interest, just because it's been some time. We're not sure of the capacity and interest in nonprofit community partners, and it's worth asking them again to make sure that they be interested. Thank you.
Questions? Isaacson.
Yeah, 2 questions. One is, I'm wondering if it's possible in the expressions of interest, given that the site is so close to city services, that we indicate an interest in prioritizing applications that have ground level of another community amenity like childcare, primary care clinic, or one of the other needs that's been identified as needing space in our community. And I mean, that's my own opinion, but I'm wondering what you might need from council in order for that to be given that direction.
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, thank you for that question. I think that the previous expression of interest in talking about mixed tenant building was unclear about that purpose, and it could be made more clear. So council could state your direction to do that, or amend the motion if you like to make that specific.
I will make the motion yet. The second question, oh, I've already forgotten it.
We'll come back.
Forgot it, yeah.
Anybody want to put a motion on the floor?
I'll move the motion in the package.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded?
I was seconding it, but yeah, I think it's a great idea. And I think we can say here publicly that we'd be interested in, having ground floor amenities. And there's a whole bunch of them that could be a daycare operated by the building operator or somebody else would be one of them. But I think there's a great opportunity to combine services with residences as part of that mixed use. So I think it's a good idea, and we should see if we can get some partners. And too bad inclusion is left, because they'd make a great one.
We have a motion which has been seconded. Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment to a comma at the end, and to add the text with a special interest in EOIs that include a ground level community amenity that is not housing.
Are you seconding?
I'm going to second, and I have a question for clarification.
Okay.
So is the intention that we would look favorably upon that type of application, but not preclude those who don't have that?
Yeah, my intention is not to preclude, but to give people, to give potential proponents the prompt to consider that, and that we're especially interested in that. So not to preclude, because we may get something that's excellent that doesn't include it, but given the location so close to the city center and other services, I think it would be a misstep to not encourage that in organizations that express interest.
Thank you.
We have a amended motion, seconded. All in favor? Passed unanimously. We'll go back to the main motion now. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Move to 9.2. Grants and aid.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This report seeks Council approval for 2024 grant and aid requests. The Grant and Aid program provides financial support to non-profit organizations who, through activities and events, contribute to or improve the economic and civic health of the community. The principles and procedures for this program are outlined in Council Policy 261, Community Partnerships. So for this year, the city received 4 2024 grant and aid applications for a total request of $17,000, which is $8,000 below the $25,000 budgeted amount. The applications are summarized in the report, and all of the applications met the 10 eligibility criteria outlined in the Community Partnerships report. Given this, Appendix B in the report recommends to award the full requested amounts by the applicants, and this would leave about $8,000 in the budget for off-cycle grant requests should we receive any. With that, I'll open the floor to questions.
So Dote.
Couple of questions. So, I guess there were application forms or something that the grantors put in. I don't see those in my package. Is there a reason those weren't included?
Through the chair, we do require financial statements and bank statements in the application. So because it included confidential information, it was decided not to include them and rather to give a summary. However, should council wish, we could provide that without the confidential information publicly, or we could email it to council and defer the decision.
I've got the one I was interested the most in. I actually had all that information in an application from their application to the regional district. So I'm not going to delay things by asking for another report. But on the ocean whales one for the feral cat trapping, did they provide any information about who had requested that they provide feral cat trapping in the city?
Through the chair, I do know that this has been an issue that bylaws has been facing, and but that I don't have any exact details on that. What they might have included in that report. Again, I could email it to you, but my knowledge of the situation was that it was first brought forward to us by bylaws, and that this was actually a city collaboration that they were hoping to establish.
Okay. And my other question that goes with that is, how does the city identify a feral cat? If I see a cat in my yard, how do I know if it's a feral cat or one from a neighbor a couple of streets down?
Through the chair, I would need to connect you with the nonprofit organizations who'd be the experts in that initiative.
Okay, so those are my questions, and when we make a motion, I'll address it.
You making the motion?
No, I'm not making a motion.
Okay.
I'll probably make an amendment later.
Okay, Councillor Elliott.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So we have applications that exceed what we have available, and we did not this year. Is there something different about our process that didn't attract as many applications this year, or I'm just wondering about that. I'm worried that we have gone by a deadline and people didn't know or something.
Through the chair, no, we were surprised as well. We had a couple withdraw, stating the financial need wasn't there. One in particular withdrew after receiving a community forest grant. And so I think post-community forest grants changed things for one of the bigger applicants. So I don't think anything unusual happened this year in particular. I think needs ebb and flow.
Thank you.
Okay, does somebody care to put a motion? Thank you.
I move that council approves the grants and aid as set out in Appendix B of the report to council dated July 30th, 2024, titled 2024 Grants and Aid Recommendation totaling $17,000.
We have Councillor Elliott has seconded. Councillor Dote.
I'd like to move an amendment to remove the Wild Ocean Whale Society from the list. And if there's a seconder, I'll speak to that.
Councillor Palm seconded.
So this is a subsequent application. As I said before, as a regional district representative, I saw the organization's application to the regional district where they had applied for funding from Area D, Texada Island, and Area A, area in the regional district north of town. And at the Finance Committee meeting on June 5th, where the regional district talked about that, the board made a decision, the board of the regional district made a decision to not provide a grant of $6,543 from the Area A grant and aid service, but provided a $2,000 grant in aid from the Area D, that's the Texada Island taxpayers grant in aid facility. And the reason was that they didn't particularly have a long list of people from Area A saying that they wanted this done. And I think for that reason, I don't agree with spending $6,500 of city taxpayers' money to take care of an organization on Texada. And I think there are some real problems with dealing with giving a Texada private citizens organization the right to come into town and trap feral cats without being able to have a precise distinction and definition of what a feral cat is in the neighborhood. Because I've heard people in my neighborhood tell me anecdotes that they were trying to protect their prize-winning bunnies from roaming cats in the neighborhood. They put out a trap to try to get the cats out of their yard because cats were coming in and attacking their bunnies. And the first thing that happened was the bylaw officer showed up and told people they couldn't trap cats in their yard because they weren't feral cats, they were the neighbor's cats, and that was inappropriate. So, I'm not sure how you work all that out. I see cats in my yard every day, and I don't mind because they eat mice and they do things like that. But I don't know if they're feral cats or they're the neighbor's cats. So, frankly, I think that if the taxpayers on Texade Island want to pay to have feral cats trapped on their island, spayed in Campbell River or Courtney and brought back and released into the wilderness, that's good. But I don't think we need to pay to have that done in the city. And we have, I think, bylaw officers for that.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. Mayor, I don't support this amendment. I think while the organization is based on Texada and that's where they have experience to date, we also have feral cat issues in the city. So while they're not a city organization, they're a local organization helping deal with a city issue. I don't know how to identify feral cats, but I assume that animal welfare organizations do. And there are costs associated with dealing with feral cats, especially since one of our vets has retired and closed down shop. I suspect a lot of these costs, and I don't know for sure, deal with transferring animals to the island. So, so it deals with an issue faced by beings in the city, whether those are cats or the properties that those cats are nearby. And being a feral cat is a pretty miserable life. I used to foster cats with VOCRA, an organization in Vancouver, and appreciate the work that animal welfare organizations do. So while we don't have all the details, it is a local organization dealing with a city issue, and so I don't support the amendment to remove the first item.
Councillor Early.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have a couple of concerns and questions just because I know the Wild Ocean Whale Society process on Texada is to trap, yes, treat for medical, sterilize, and release back in the same area so that they're not procreating, but the feral cats, once healthy and can't breed, are returned back to their exact same place. And that's their process, and I don't think that will work in the city. I think returning the feral cats back to the neighborhood where they're harassing everybody is probably not going to be supported by the community. So I wonder if their process is to rehome or some other process here in the city, because the rural sort of tactic they're using in Texada would not work in the city. And so that concerns me quite a bit.
Through the chair, this is a great discussion. I do know one example that was brought to me by bylaws was, do you have budget for a home that has over 30 cats? It's they can't number them. There's so many. I think that this is that one that is being targeted. They did some research. It seemed like this organization could address it better than we could in-house, and that's how this developed. But that being said, perhaps it would be better to have the organization in to speak to this one directly, and we could just a recommendation that we proceed with the others and have them in to give more information. It might be a way to get all the answers we're looking for.
Thank you.
I know from discussions with bylaws in particular the Wildwood home that has, last count, I think it was 50, and the process that was going on there. I think the suggestion of having this group come in and talk before decisions made is excellent, and that would allow bylaw to also provide good input. So, Councillor Doubt.
Just want to address the kind of numbers we're talking here, and that's why it's useful to have the applications, because what the Texada group was saying to the regional district was that they thought they were going to have to find 50 feral cats in their entire operation. They found they did deal with more than 80 at one time, and they were looking for more money. So I think, you have to be reasonable about what you expect the group from Texada to do by adding on to their existing operation already, where they have more cats than they can handle, and adding and not doubling or tripling that number of cats.
I'm going to ask our corporate officer, what is the amended motion that we now have on the floor?
You haven't voted on the amendment.
Your worship, the amendment motion is on the floor. So I'll highlight it here. This is what's currently on the floor to remove the Wild Ocean Whale Society from the main motion. And then I can put up, if that passes, I'll put up the amended motion.
So we have Councillor Palm.
We're going to vote on the amendment, but if this amendment passes, that figure of 17,000 should be changed to $10,500.
We have a motion on the floor.
Excuse me, Southcott has his hand up.
I'm sorry, Councillor Southcott.
I'm not sure that I'm visible on the screen there.
We can see
really,
you.
really tiny.
Thank you. I know the executive director of Wild Ocean Whales Society. That organization is a statistical gathering and advocacy organization for whales. I'm a little confused as to how cats ever got involved in this. Maybe I'm out of touch with Ms. McKay, but I'd really like this explained before we vote on this, please. And I understand it did come to the RD, but I need a little more detail.
And then if you could.
I'm just going to paraphrase their application and their presentation, because this group actually came and made a first person appeal to the regional district about the grant, and provided a long application form. But basically they said they started out as an organization dealing with whales, but they care about all wildlife. And when they were asked by a group in Van Anda to help with a feral cat situation, they decided it was up their alley and they would like to do it.
Any further comment before we vote on the amended motion? All in favor? Opposed? Yeah, I believe that is 5-2. Okay, now we'll move to the, yes, you have a question?
Just that I'm wondering if council's intention is to have the Wild Ocean Whale Society come and do a presentation and decide about them separately, or whether we have turned them down for a grant.
That was the discussion that our chief financial officer put forward, and I think there was a consensus.
So should we have a second motion that clarifies that?
I think we should deal with the amended motion first, and then we can put another motion. So all in favor of the amended motion? Passed. Right. Now, would you like to put another motion on the floor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I move that council invite the Wild Ocean Whale Society to be a delegate and explain some of their processes and answer our questions, so that we might consider their application separately.
Second. Thank you. Councillor Southcott. All in favor of the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Almeida, you have a question.
Comment or suggestion, I guess, or encouragement to staff. My one concern, I support the original motion of moving this grant at the time, since I'm curious to know the process. But having read all the emails about the home in Wildwood, I'm a little concerned that we're not able to provide those residents some solutions for at least another couple months. So I'm hoping that, looking at the meeting calendar, with our next meeting being Committee of the Whole September 10th, that as staff is talking to the WOW Society, that we can really get them in the calendar, hopefully that as soon as we can. So that's my 2 cents.
All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you. 9.3, pavement management. Burdick.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. So back at the end of June, we tendered a pavement program that included 8 road sections, as well as some patching areas in town. 7 of those 8 are where we called for milling or pulverizing of the asphalt, going down 100 millimeters into the base course, replacing the base course, and then obviously repaving. And one of the sections is simply an overlay. We have the sections listed out on here. For the most part, it's Duncan Street from Joyce Avenue up to Manson, and then a couple of other local streets that have been included. At last week, the tender closed, and we received only one compliant bid, and that was from BA Blacktop. Unfortunately, the price came in over $2.1 million, where we only had a budget of $1.74 million. So we began discussions with BA Blacktop, and we are in agreement of removing 2 items from the tender. One is the section of Lois Street, which has lesser traffic volumes and no pressing infrastructure issues. So it was thought that we could delay that project for at least a year without major consequences. As well, we removed some 2 optional items, and that was the traffic loops at the intersections of Duncan and Joyce, as well as some line painting that we feel we can do in-house at definitely a better cost. So ultimately, we have the projects outlined for a total of $1.658 million. So that allows us an $80,000 contingency, and with the hopes of, should everything go appropriately, that we can do some additional patching. So that's the report in front of you, and if there's any questions, I can answer.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions. I don't think we've had much paving go on since I was on council in terms of our kind of annual ones. From my understanding, it's now kind of every 2 years so that we can give a bit better bid, or what's the?
Well, that's the previous year when we did tender it, the costs that we received were fairly high. Mm-hmm. So what we thought the premise would be better if we combined a few years and enticed other paving contractors to come to town. In this case, with the scenario that BA was the successful bidder for the large volume of asphalt that was required at the airport, as well. They were the successful bidder for the Lund Highway, which in the end generated some discounts on our pricing this year. But we only received the one bid. We didn't receive anything from pavers from the island or the interior this time. It was just the one. So.
And my second question is the Sycamore Street section. I'm wondering, obviously, the Sycamore Safe Streets project or Maple Sycamore Safe Streets is also ongoing.
Yes.
How does this connect, and were there any savings or somehow overlap with that work as well?
Not necessarily, but we will coordinate with that contract because that contract will incorporate some concrete work, some let downs, some different lane markings, but we just have to coordinate the two various contractors. In this case, it's BA that would do the paving, and the Safe Streets is from Layton, the same people that did the resource recovery.
Thank you.
Would somebody care to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Palm?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'll have to ask Mr. Burtig one question. The road that goes past the cemetery in Cranberry to
Crown Avenue?
What's the name of that street?
Crown Avenue.
That is in really bad shape.
There's a number of roads in our town that are in real bad shape as well.
Anyway, I just wanted to point that out for future reference.
Thank you.
Can move the motion.
Thank you.
I move that council awards contract number 2320-2330, 2024 pavement program, invitation to tender number 1220-20-0647 to BA Blacktop Limited in the amount of $1,658,468.44 plus GST.
Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Councillor Elliott, do you have a question?
I do. I was curious about the traffic loops that you were talking about at Duncan and Joyce. Is that like to replace the intersection, or what is meant by the traffic loop? I know that it's not on this contract, but it could have been.
It could have been, and that's why we put some optional pricing in there to see. It's not BA's forte to do these loops. What it is wires embedded into the intersection that senses vehicles when they go over top, and it'll interrupt the traffic patterns and provide a left turn advance arrow once you park on that sensor.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Burtig. Move now to unfinished business. 11.1, the rotation of Cathet Regional District Municipal Directors. At a previous meeting, Councillor Almeida had suggested that we come back in August and discuss the process to do this. So since we are not having any meetings in August, we thought we would put this in place. And if there was a consensus, we could simply set a council time in September or early October, where individuals on council that wish to be considered for the regional directors could put their names forth. So, Councillor Doubt.
No. We don't have a motion on the floor, but I knew this was coming because I remembered Councillor Alameda asking to discuss it. So I went back and I thought, I'll see what's actually written in the minutes and what council decided to do. And council in November, our first meeting in November following the 2022 election, elected Councillor Elliott and myself to be regional board directors for a term of 2 years. That's what was passed, and alternates were named. I don't see any reason to change that. If council wants to, council could change it. If council wants to change it, I would suggest that rather than set up a program to talk about it in September or October. If council wants to change that decision that was made in November of 2022, that they do it now.
Okay, I will put a motion on the floor that council change perhaps the directors from the city on the Cathet Regional District at the end of the 2-year agreement that council had passed. And if there's a seconder, I will talk further on that.
Question, Your Worship.
Thank you. So the thinking there is that council as a whole has a lot of expertise. And I think there's merit in council deciding whether or not new members as directors of the Cathet Regional District would bring some additional expertise to that organization. Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the discussion, and I know that the 2-year term is coming to an end, and so we do need to make a decision. So it would be good to make that decision today so that planning can happen. I think that the city's best interests are, and the regional district's best interests are not necessarily served by switching all of the people all at once. I think if we were gonna rotate, you would want to only rotate one at a time so that you've always got a seasoned person on the regional district. I know when I was new there, I had training I had to take. There's quite a bit of it because the regional district is considerably different than the municipal place. So there's a lot of training you have to go through. And it helped me a lot to have Councillor Doubt there who had already learned a lot of what was required on a regional district. And so I think that it would be hard for the city to make sure they're stacking up well against all of the area representatives in protecting the interests of the city on the regional district when everybody's new all at once. Some history, some learning, and so I do think rotating is great because everybody should benefit from the learnings of being on the regional district. I think that is a good thing. I think to lower the risk of having us all be newbies in the middle of a term with very seasoned area representatives, that changing everybody all at once is not a great plan. So I wanted to share my wisdom in, or at least how I feel there. If we were going to do that, we could probably come up with a system where we would only replace one person at a time and leaving somebody who's well seasoned and has done all their learnings still there. So that would be my advice to the council at this time. And I am willing to continue to serve on the regional district should council wish me to do so. So that is not something I'm trying to get out of at this time. So I'm still here for you. I would serve there if that's what you want. My advice would be to not change everybody all at once. Thanks.
So just for clarity, which members of council, other than Councillor Doubt and Councillor Elliott, have served on the Cathet Regional District previously? Councillor Palm and Councillor Southcott. Okay, so we have 2 other councillors who have significant experience and probably would have a limited learning curve. So, any other? Yes, Councillor Isaacs.
I think whatever we do, we won't be necessarily instituting a new process because the next whoever is assigned for this second set of 2 years will serve out the end of this term on council, and then everything will depend on who gets elected to municipal council next time. And so, while I like the idea of rotation and wisdom and new people and regeneration, everything is up in the air when it comes to the next municipal election. And so I think the question for us is, the two members who are on the regional district now, are they willing to continue? Are they serving the interests of the city and our opinions? And or if there's anyone else, gunning for those roles. I am willing to be, but I am not interested in booting either of the existing directors out. And so I would only be interested in putting my name forward if one of them wanted to step down at this time.
So, Councillor Doat.
Oh, I'm not as enamored with the idea of frequent rotations as other people are. And there's reasons for that. And I've stated the reasons before, but not nearly as eloquently as the provincial government has done when they were looking at the governance model review for ECOM 911. And that's the group that does emergency telephone answering. They have a complicated governance structure. They have 23 directors, all from major municipalities and region in the Lower Mainland, trying to operate a telephone answering system. And what they say in their suggestion about the board oversight is that they're having a difficulty getting consistent board oversights. And it says in their report, turnover is high with an average tenure of 2 years, making it a challenge to retain institutional knowledge about the rationale and concept and context for recent significant decisions, and a steep learning curve for new directors before they can materially contribute to ECOM's governance. Directors often have limited experience in emergency services or experience on professional boards, so it's a struggle at times to understand the complexity of the business model and protocols related for decision making. It goes on later to talk about board terms and saying that the 2-year term has inadvertently resulted in an annual turnover of many directors, limiting their ability to gain knowledge and experience and provide strong oversight and accountability. And that's a reality. It takes a while to learn the culture and the processes and the differences between the regional district operations and those at the city. The regional district electoral area people tend to be very experienced. Most of them have been there for quite a number of terms, and that tends to be a factor in the regional district electoral areas. Once they've been there for 1 or 2 terms, everybody gets to know them pretty well. They tend to get reelected. You end up with municipal representatives going in that really have no experience in how the thing works and the cultural variations that happen through the years, facing people that are very skilled and very knowledgeable in how to do that. So I think that the turnover that we had up to this point, which basically was having people in the positions for the electoral term about 4 years and making a decision after the election to go ahead, is a reasonable thing. I think that's a better way to go than having a frequent turnover. That's just my own opinion. And still, I recognize that it's up to council to make a decision on who those representatives are. And I'll follow what council wants to do. I like being on the board. I think I provide a useful voice there, and I'd like to continue.
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion to read that the council changes the Cathet Regional District municipal directors at the expiry of a 2-year term by appointing Councillor Southcott and Councillor Palm to the Cathet Regional District, with Councillors Isaacson and Councillor Almeida as the appropriate backup. And if there's a seconder, I will.
Second for discussion, Your Worship.
Yeah. So I think that with the experience of the 2 lead ones, it's excellent. Also provides an opportunity for new council members to learn about the interactions that take place between the city and the regional district.
Mayor.
Speak to the motion. That is, we have a motion previously to address the 2-year term. That is still on the table. We are talking about it tonight, but no, I think it's premature to appoint anybody at this point in time. And since we're not changing anyone until November or December, whenever it comes about for that 2-year expiry. So I don't want the 2 members that are presently on that board doing good work and have for a number of years, as Councillor Dowd, he's been there a long time, to be lame ducks. So I'm not in favor of this motion being on the floor tonight. I appreciated your original motion to visit this at the appropriate time when the nearer to the end of the 2-year term. But I see we already have a motion for discussion.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't support the amendment, but for different reasons, being that I just don't, given what I've heard from Councillor Dowd and Councillor Elliott, that they're willing to continue. I am not interested in the amendment nor the original motion. I think if we are to deal with this, I know Councillor Palm, you suggested you weren't supportive of this because we could deal with it at the appropriate time. But if we do change, I think now is the appropriate time so that those appointed can ensure that they attend those meetings as observers to make sure that they're up to date with what they'd be stepping into. But I don't think I'm personally interested in changing at this time.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Mayor. I have confidence in the 2 current members sitting. I am interested in continuing as an alternate, which I've done for at least 5 years, excepting the 4 months I sat on the board when Councillor Dowd was up for re-election. So I do not support this amendment. And I don't support the original motion either. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
So I do think if I'm not in favor of leaving the regional district, I think I've worked really, really hard to get into some key positions so that I'm doing a good job on. And it's not just my spot at the regional district, it's my spot on the Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Climate Action Steering Committee. It's my spot on the BC Ferries Advisory Committee where I'm representing the entire regional district. It's my representation on all of the appointments that I've had, which have doubled this year because the rest of the area representatives have confidence in me and put my name forward for these things. It's the fact that I'm now the alternate on some big portfolios that I wasn't able to attract the first time around. And so I would have a list of those available for your information, but they don't get sent automatically to whoever replaces me. The regional district then re-looks at all of that and appoints those out as they see fit. So currently on the Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Climate Action Steering Committee, there is a call for chairs and co-chairs, which I haven't had an opportunity to respond to yet. It's due in September. Should I be interested in being a chair or a co-chair at that level, I would need to know now whether I'm going to be around to fulfill those obligations or not. So the reason for putting in August was so that when the regional district appoints all of their things in December, as they do for the following year, they would know who their who is their people. So I am in favor of appointing people today if that is what is wanted. I'm not in favor of replacing myself on the regional district. Thanks.
Councillor Armida.
Thank you, Mayor. somewhat feels weird that Councillor Dowd and Councillor Elliott would have to argue to keep a role that we appointed them to. I, on the other hand, will argue to not be part of that role, as I have had to set things up in my life to allow me to serve on council, and am grateful for the positions I'm in with a day job and multiple side hustles that make it work, and a very gracious family. To add more to that, as much as I would probably enjoy the process and enjoy the learning, I also have learned in my life when to say no. I have no interest or desire or capacity at this point to be even an alternate, because that means I would need to be called upon at some point, and be ready for that call. And I think making a change for the sake of change, without any other reason than just for the sake of change, is not necessary at this point. And so I wouldn't be in favor with either the amendment or the motion.
Okay. Well, what I'm hearing is that Councilor Almeida's initial suggestion of revisiting this in August, I think we've revisited it and there's no appetite to do any changes. So I would just ask that the amendment and the motion be removed.
You vote it down?
Your Worship, the motion's on the floor, so if you just vote it down, we can do it that way. And I think Councillor Southcott has something to say.
All right. Let's.
Councillor Southcott has a question.
Oh, Councillor Southcott.
No, sorry, I was just going to second the motion to rescind, but voting it down's a great idea. Thank you.
So through the corporate office, should we have a negative vote on both? Okay, so we're going to move. All in favor of the amended motion? All opposed? Defeated? All in favor of the motion? All opposed? Defeated? Thank you.
Mayor Wasno?
Yes.
Given that the original motion a year and a half ago was to appoint them for a 2-year term, I don't know what the motion would be to reappoint Councillors Dowd and Elliott, but that motion likely needs to be made. It doesn't need to be made tonight, but I just wanted to put that out there, that I'm sure it's on the corporate officer's mind of what needs to be on the agenda, but we will need that motion to affirm, because right now it's only a 2-year term that we've appointed Councillors Dowd and Elliott.
Councillor Palm.
Can't hear you.
Great. Any further comment before we move on? Great. We're going to move to. Sorry, Councillor Southcott.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I didn't hear anything that Councillor Palm said.
Yes, Councillor Southcott, I was just saying we can deal with the motion that is being discussed here at the appropriate time in November or whenever that may occur, and deal with it at that point. We don't need to deal with this any further this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Let's move. Excuse me. Item 12. I have a motion for the removal of the Zunga bus. And the rationale is explained there, and I'll just step through it. Council has a responsibility to the taxpayers to remain fiscally responsible. Whereas property tax revenue for major industry in 2025 and beyond is unknown to the permanent closure of the mill. Whereas the city lacks sufficient saving for aged infrastructure that requires replacement. Inflationary pressures have increased costs significantly. And as we've heard earlier today, we had a tax increase of 11% this year. There are issues of lawsuits that we have no idea what's going to take place. But certainly it's not an unrealistic expectation that the worst case scenario would show tax increases in 20 or more % for next year. So it resolved that the Zunga bus service be terminated in 2025 and 2026. For consideration of reinstatement will depend on BC Transit Service Review and their willingness to provide funding for on-demand transit, and that the City of Powell River 2025 to 29 Financial Plan Bylaw Number 2751, 2024 be amended to transfer the funding for the Zunga bus to instead fund other operating expenses eligible for the local government climate action program reserve that are currently funded by the property tax in order to decrease property tax. There's a seconded by Councillor Palm. I think we have heard councillors talk about the importance of financial restraint, and I think it's inherent that council demonstrate leadership. We have a program which has limited benefit to members of the community. It has a potential negative impact on taxis. We have alternatives, buses. We have the DART bus. We have lots of friends and relatives who traditionally have helped people out that need a ride. So that's why I've brought this forward. Councillor Palm.
I think the planning and demonstrating further discussions in terms of our budget capital project needs to take place in short order, given the financial facing. So I only support the motion for the Zunga bus will run for
Into the microphone,
years, and at that point, cost of $300,000 per year to do so disappears for 25 and 26.
Councillor Doak.
I was just trying to get your attention. I think Councillor Southcott was having trouble hearing. Well, that's all part of the fun. He's got a better place to be having trouble hearing than we do here. But I'm going to make a motion that this motion be referred to the 2025 to 2030 capital plan, the financial plan, and the budgeting for 2025. Because I think if we're going to talk about expenditures in 2025, might as well talk about all of them at the same time. And rather than talk about the Zunga bus over and over every 2 weeks until next March, that we should bring up and have this discussion. And I've talked about not wanting to fund the Zunga bus before. I think we should have that discussion in conjunction with the rest of our budgeting discussions rather than trying to deal with them one line item at a time at whatever meeting they come up at.
Second.
Sorry, so
Seconded George's motion to refer it, or?
thank you. Any discussion on the amended motion?
It's mine was a motion to refer, not an amendment.
Okay, so protocols to the corporate officer. We deal with the one motion and then we deal with the second motion.
Your worship, the motion to refer will move the motion to the specified future meeting. So this kind of interrupts the voting of the main motion. So if this motion, if the referral motion passes, then the main motion is referred.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the motion to refer? Councillor Palm.
I'll just reiterate what I said previously. This council needs to show some.
Can you speak a little closer? I noticed Councillor Southcott is.
Can you hear me now, Councillor Southcott? So, yeah, I appreciate the mayor bringing this motion forward prior to our summer break because it shows some leadership. And we need to demonstrate some leadership on financial accountability. So now's the time to pass this motion, not banter it around later on. Let's show the public we mean business. Let's vote on this motion and let's go forward together.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion to refer. I think one of our responsibilities is to look at the big picture, and that involves all of the major spending that we do. And I think the Zunga bus does need to be considered in light of the whole financial package we're looking at for 2025 to 2029. And I'm ready to discuss that when I'm looking at the big picture, and that's not yet. So I support the motion to refer.
Councilor Almeida.
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Doubt bringing this referral motion forward. I'm in favor of that. And when we have that vote, and assuming it passes, I have one small motion for staff to present regarding this before we discuss it down the road.
Any further discussion before we call the vote on the defer motion? Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of the defer motion? Opposed? The motion is passed. So Councilor Almeida, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. The one motion I was going to ask for is before this comes to conversation in the fall, I would love to see a usage report similar to what we received last year from staff, and hopefully a comparison from one year to the next. I have some personal thoughts on some slightly improvements on the report, but in general, usage report to see if there's any changes that have happened since we last looked at the usage of the Zunga bus, so that when we do deliberate on it, is there? Sorry, so that was my motion and my reasoning at the same time, but I think the corporate officer got my gist.
Is that, do you need a second for that?
I think I do.
Or is it just a, okay. I'll second that.
I've already given my reason, so sorry, got a little long-winded.
Ask the corporate officer to feed us back or write us the motion.
Present us.
Right?
Yep.
Hold on. I think it's 2029. The 5-year financial plan is 2025 to 2029.
That's it.
Fine with that, Councilor Almeida?
I believe that should work.
All right. Any further, Councilor Palm?
I just have to say, Your Worship, this is just a regurgitation of the fine work our staff has already done previously when we were discussing this. We know what the ridership is. There's no secrets. It's serving only Westview, and it's serving a low number of our citizens. So you can go ahead and waste staff time, but I'm not going to vote in favor of this motion.
Councilor Almeida.
I don't disagree that it's only serving Westview, and I don't disagree it's serving a certain percentage of our ridership, of our citizens. So is our public transit bus, for that matter. What I am curious to see is if that number is higher or lower or the same as it was 12 months ago, because that is a difference in whether we're providing a service or not. That's the way you judge any service. Is there a change that's provided, and how many people are being impacted by it? And I felt last year's report, to be honest, I said it publicly, gave some information, but it also gave some misleading information, as it reported 22 frequent riders, but missed out about 600 other rides that weren't accounted for in that 22 count. So a lot of people only thought that 22 rode the bus, the Zunga bus, when it was only 22 rode it 10 or more times. So I think there's opportunities to learn a little bit about the usage and see if there's any changes, because that'll impact how I decide.
Question for our CAO. What amount of time or costs would it take to do a usage report?
Your Worship, I don't know if Mr. Burtek, I can count on him. I would be guessing a day's work. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Through the chair, did Councillor Southcott hear Mr. Burtek?
No, I didn't. Thank you.
Okay.
No, I didn't. And I would also, I have a question as well, please, when I'm on the list. And
you're on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. The anecdotal information that I've received in recent months is different than what I received prior to that. So I personally do not believe that the usage has remained constant. In fact, when I tried to get the Zunga bus, I couldn't because it would have taken an hour and a quarter to an hour and a half to get to me. That surprised me. I mean, that's just a tiny anecdotal piece, but if there could be some detail, I was also surprised to find out from various seniors that they're riding it, not to mention, people with lower incomes who can't afford cars. So I really question who is using the service, and I would really appreciate it. And I'd suggest an amendment to include user detail to a degree practically possible, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Southcott, I'm going to type and just please correct if I don't get the intention of your amendment before it's seconded.
So,
Wherever available, yeah.
Councillor Southcott, did you hear our CO's question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think that catches the spirit of what I'm looking for.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have an amended motion on the floor. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Passed. So the original motion. All in favor? Opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Your worship?
Yes.
I don't know if this requires a motion, but I would be interested when we're deliberating next time on this topic to know what options for LG cap are possible, because that matters to me in deliberations. So we're talk about the LG cap being able to fund other things, but we don't have a specific list of what that would be, like what it's eligible for.
LGCAP, Local Government Climate Action Program.
Right, I believe the staff report provided some.
I looked, it had one example.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a seconder for it? Second by Councillor Amita. Any further discussion before we vote? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you. To item 12.2, which is funding for Meet the Mayor event. And I brought this forward, and there is going to be a change in terms of the motion put forward. I brought this forward because in the past, there was the question of, after we had some consultants talk about the importance of Meet the Mayor type of consultation or public participation in other communities, I put this forward. And what I'd like to do is to read the motion. That is, whereas Mayor and Council have a combined public engagement budget, whereas the Mayor would like to use just the Mayor's budget specifically for upcoming Meet the Mayor events. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor is authorized to fund the Meet the Mayor events using the mayor's travel budget such that the combined travel and public engagement expenditures do not exceed total amount of the mayor's travel budget. Thank you. So there will be no net impact on the city budget or the budgets that any other councillors have for travel. Yes, Councillor Elliott and then Councillor Palm.
So just a question. So your intention is to use the budget that you have allocated for your travel to events like UBCM, ABICC, et cetera, wherever it is you're going, to fund the Meet the Mayor events as well. And you can combine all of that to not exceed your existing travel budget. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I'm quite confident that there probably will be negligible requirements to use my travel budget because of the significant support that has come forward from Ratepayers Association and other associations to provide meeting spaces at no cost.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palm.
I'll just speak to the two events that you have hosted already. One was at the complex at the beginning of this term. It was pretty well a full house. It was a great evening. The community got to ask the question that's on their mind. And the one that was held just last month at the senior center was standing room only. There were many great questions from the public that have come up that they don't get a chance to ask in this venue. And I was proud to be there with the mayor that night. I didn't see any other councillors in attendance, unfortunately, but they were more than welcome to attend. And the public needs to hear from the mayor and communicate on issues. And that's one thing that kind of fell off the table at the start of this term when Councillor Isaacs and I were tasked with creating some type of ongoing consultation with the public and have meetings. That has not materialized. So I think this is an excellent use of those travel to engage the public in community. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Southcott and Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you, Your Worship. I mostly agree with Councillor Palm. I enjoyed the first open house that you did, or Meet the Mayor event, and then I wasn't able to get to the second one. As it even states in the community charter, the mayor speaks for council, and I would love to feel that was true. I have in previous terms, but there is a gap in our experience and my experience in this, and that is by the communication that goes back and forth between us before an event like Meet the Mayor would happen. I would love to feel that the mayor was representing me, and to achieve that, I would like to suggest that we do a bit of a workshop session to figure out how to achieve that. I think greater confidence by the public would be achieved if it wasn't just the mayor speaking, if there was more of a feeling that the mayor is speaking for all seven of us. And so whether this passes or fails, I would like to make a motion to that effect following this. Thank you.
Any other? Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I do support is mayor and council engagement with the public, and Councillor Palm and I were working on something with the former director of I forget his title now, property communications, and kind of when we were getting to something maybe that we could bring back to council, he took a new job. And so things kind of fell off the plate, and it didn't get highlighted in our strategic plan to focus on council and public engagement, or council and mayor public engagement. I appreciate the mayor's intent to not go above, we're not adding to budget. It's trying to work within the confines of the current budget, but ultimately this is taxpayer funds, and for taxpayer funds to support one member of council, it becomes more about political purposes. I share some of Councillor Southcott's concerns. I think that there is sometimes a gap between how the mayor speaks in public and the will of council. There's a gap between the two, and it's very important that as a council we have trust that the mayor can speak to the will of council, and sometimes at some of the times where I've been in attendance at the mayor speaking publicly, some of the statements I don't think align with the will of council and sometimes are inflammatory. So I would support a motion to workshop what it would look like for council and mayor to engage better with the public at the political level. So not for staff to do public engagement, but for us to have opportunities to connect with the public outside of council meetings, which is what Councillor Palm and I were working on. But I don't support the use of taxpayer funds for one member of council. Thank you.
Just for clarity, there seems to be a lot of confusion about what a Meet the Mayor meeting is. The meeting is not for the mayor to put forward positions that council has taken or may take. To Meet the Mayor is an opportunity for all residents of Powell River to raise questions. Those questions subsequently are provided to staff appropriately, are brought back to council, or if there's a councillor who has some expertise in sitting on a board like Marine, Harbor Board, that's it. But just to correct Councillor Isaacson, there is no intent that the mayor would speak on behalf of council at these meetings. Information is coming from the other direction, and any council member is welcome to come out to these meetings and hear what the public has an interest in.
Mayor. Elliot.
Oh, Elliot.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I don't think our travel budgets are very generous. Sometimes I'm in the middle of speaking. Anyway, so I'm wondering if you foresee not being able to attend with us things that are critical for you to be at as part of our team when we're advocating outside of our community. Are you finding you have a lot of budget left over at the end of the year and you're still able to come to UBCM and be at those ministers' meetings and be at AVICC with us? And am I worried about nothing?
You're worried about nothing. There was significant budget left. If I ever got to the position, I would just pay for travel expenses myself.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dowd.
Yeah. Every time somebody speaks, it brings up a few more ideas. So, I agree with having communication opportunities between council and the mayor and the public. And one of the duties of the mayor is to be a spokesperson for council. Well, I would be expecting that when citizens ask the mayor a question, the mayor would respond with what council has decided to do on various items or what council is working on. I see these more as political events. Okay? I've heard about the Speak to the Mayor events happening. The most recent one I heard of because I got an invitation from the Wildwood Ratepayers. And the Wildwood Ratepayers was forwarding a Westview Ratepayers invitation to the public to come out and meet the mayor. And, you know, I didn't get an invitation from the mayor, even an email invitation. I didn't get an invitation from anybody on staff. Simply, it's a meet the mayor thing put on by the Westview ratepayers. Westview ratepayers has political interests, in my view. My opinion is that's a major part of what they do, you know, and as far as funding it out of the mayor's budget, I appreciate the change of the language from the original motion because it looked to me like the intention was to make it possible to spend the entire mayor and council expenses for this, and this is slightly changed. I think there's a real value in having meetings between the public and council. But, you know, there is a council of 7 people, not just the mayor. And I think everybody should be involved in a fair and appropriate way. So those are my comments. I would like to actually sit down, and some people have suggested a workshop, find a way to have these events so they can be an opportunity for everybody on council to meet with the public. And I've heard, you know, that we're going to see all the questions and all the answers from these events, but I haven't seen any of them myself so far.
Any further questions or comments before I call the motion? Okay, I'm calling the motion. All in favor? Can't see what Councillor Southcott is doing. Okay, opposed? Okay, motion's defeated. Do we have anybody on? Oh, Mr.
Mayor?
Galinsky, do you have any questions?
No. Mayor?
Councillor Southcott, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make another motion contingent on the last one that I suggested in comments to the last one, please.
Yes, please go ahead.
That council hold a workshop session, possibly during a council meeting, to discuss mayor and council engagement with the community.
We have a seconder for the motion. Yes, Councillor Almeida seconded. Councillor Southcott, would you like to talk further to it or just wait for questions?
I have just one more comment, and that is that I've been a team player my whole life, both in leadership and as a part of various teams. I yearn for us to do that in our council. I think we're a bunch of pretty exceptional individuals, and I think that our mayor is capable of leading us. But I would love to see us work together in this way, particularly in engagement with the community. I think the numbers of people in attendance in our council chambers over the past year or two have shown that the community is interested. And that is the reason why I make this motion. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments on the motion before I call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Go to Mr. Galinsky now.
Thanks, Your Worship. I appreciate the opportunity. With regard to the development of housing on city-owned properties, I'm wondering if the request for expressions of interest will be essentially the same as what went out the first time, or whether there'll be an amendment given the fact that it wasn't a successful process the first time out.
To Mr. Galinsky, I think the expression of interest will largely be the same, but as you may have missed in the meeting itself, there was an amendment made to include in the EOI language that would suggest that a ground floor amenity, community amenity provider, so it could be a service that childcare, something along those lines.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification and reminder of what the motion was. I'm wondering if it's believed that there will be enough time, given the complexity of the submission for the 2025 deadline, Your Worship.
Again, to Mr. Glinsky, the goal here is to get moving as quickly as possible. We do know that it is a complex application process and that it may not be ready for the January intake, but we do know there's a second intake after that. So the sooner we get moving, the more likely we would have to capitalize on one of those two intakes that we know are coming up.
I appreciate Mr. Gau's response, Your Worship. I'm also wondering about the city role with regard to this property. What's envisioned? Would it be a lease, a sale? Has that been discussed at any particular level? I'm wondering if Mr. Gau could elaborate, Your Worship.
Again, lastly, to Mr. Glinsky, it's been discussed that it would be a long-term lease. Any kind of nonprofit would require a mortgageable interest in land, and so yes, a long-term lease is where the city would likely land.
I thank Mr. Gau for the responses, Your Worship. With regard to the pavement management contract award, I'm wondering when it's envisioned this would start after the awarding of the contract, Your Worship.
Through the chair. We don't have a definitive schedule just yet, but it's going to be in keeping with the project that they're doing out in Lund. So we're anticipating at the end of August, paving will commence on those sections.
Is it anticipated that the project will happen during this calendar year? Is it going to be during the good weather that it will be completed, I'm wondering?
Yes, our intention is to complete the work before the end of the calendar year and hopefully in this favorable weather, August, September.
Your Worship, it was mentioned during the conversation on the pavement management contract award that this seems to be happening on a biannual basis. Is it anticipated that this will be the tendency moving forward and that there will not be necessarily paving on an annual basis?
Not necessarily. We may move forward through the financial plan, doing $1 million worth of paving projects on an annual basis as opposed to combining them into a 2-year term.
Your Worship, I thank you for the opportunity to ask questions and for the responses.
Mr. Galinsky.
Go ahead.
Yes, anybody in the audience? Mr. Whittaker.
Your Worship and Council, I think I have a series of 4 questions. The first one is, does this council have any idea of the embarrassment that presented to the public tonight by, first of all, telling council and the public that there's nobody else but me that's competent enough to go as a regional district person, as an appointment to the regional district for the city? I was appalled at that. Second to that, when the mayor proposed that he have a meeting, meet the mayor night or day or whenever the meeting is, everybody decried. We can't do that because you're the face of council and you speak for council and we don't agree with you. That was actually said. That bus left on the Zunga bus. And it left when 3 members of this council appointed themselves as the people to negotiate with all other levels of government without involving the mayor. I think anybody claiming team is doing a disservice to themselves, and you should watch this meeting very carefully over again, please, to see your actions there. Do you all realize that you are elected to serve 4 years at the pleasure of the electorate, not to go on and create a portfolio of other jobs and committees and things that you get to sit on and collect $100 a meeting or whatever the difference is, I don't know. That is not the point of being an elected councillor. And I wish, my question is, would this council go back and reflect on this? Because I am almost ashamed to have voted for anybody on this council other than Mr. Wasnell after seeing this tonight, because it hurts me.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? Please come forward, state your name.
Hi, y'all. I'm Rachel Drudger, and I'm just here to say that I'm really happy of who I voted for on this council. Thanks.
Anybody else in the audience? Do we have anybody online? No. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
No, Your Worship, we need to do a motion to go back in camera.
We need to go back into camera. Do we have a motion to go back into camera?
I am the bearer of that motion, so I move that council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under section 90.1. J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
The secondary? All in favor? The public meeting is now adjourned.